Testing, 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 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. We are on the internet. Yay! I'm so excited that I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control and I think I like it. Hello? Is anybody out there? Please say yes. A mouthful of crackers. Now, I'm in that state where, technically I have food in the house. Okay? So I'm not in any famine type situation, right? In fact, if you're all looking at, like survival type situations, I've got, beans and rice, a couple cans of, I think I got like a can or two. I need to stock up on canned meats, like tuna and Spam, and Spam isn't very good, but you can eat it, and it'll last forever, and it's not horrible or anything. You get sick of it real quick, especially if you eat it cold. But you fry that stuff up, it's not too bad. It's okay. But anyway, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, well, I got like cans and cans of soup and some boxed macaroni. It's like some dry noodles and stuff. I've got a little bit of chicken left, maybe about a half a chicken, maybe a chicken, a couple of chicken thighs anyway, frozen in the freezer. Okay, I can't exactly fix the chicken because it's like frozen rock solid and it takes a whole day in the fridge just to thaw. So that's sort of off the menu. But it's there. And, technically I've got food. So I'm not in any danger of going hungry. On the other hand, if I want to sit down, just make a sandwich, I'm out of luck. So you know how it is. The refrigerator's full of stuff, but you can't, really prepare. Have you ever been in that situation? You got a refrigerator full of stuff, and you can't prepare any of it. You know what I mean. But I have pasta. I'm gonna boil up pasta. I got ramen. I got a little bit of ramen and stuff, that kind of stuff. I've got prehistoric popcorn. I tried to pop one of those packets of popcorn, microwave popcorn I'd stored away. It was kind of sad. I guess microwave popcorn packets don't age well. Is my guess, is that after a certain number of months they don't pop as well. Don't ask me. I'm not sure. Or maybe I just have a crappy microwave. I do have a crappy microwave. The microwave is busted. I'm serious. It's a busted out old microwave. It's good for diddly squat. It's needs cleaned, but the timer on it is broken. So I have to turn it on, put the food in, close the door, and then wait. I have to watch the clock. The timer doesn't work. It doesn't turn off. It's just one of those little things. And then I have to pry the door open with a fork because the handle's broken off. Well, you're getting the picture. But and it doesn't really heat food well. So I don't know if it's the microwave or the popcorn. I'm not really big on popcorn anyway. I don't like popcorn. It tastes okay. You throw a little butter, a little salt on there. But the hulls. Without fail, if I eat popcorn, every single time I will get at least one hull stuck in my teeth between my gums. And it will not come out for days. And it will start to get infected. It will swell and it will hurt. And then finally, for whatever reason, it will finally work its way out in the middle of the day, and I'll be like, what was that? And my teeth finally start feeling better. So, and as far as snacks go, popcorn is kind of low on my list of choices. Because everybody seems to be, somebody invents, you can buy, puff corn by the bag. It's basically just popcorn without the kernels, without the hull. It's basically just cheese puff, Cheeto puffs without the cheese. And I'm like, yeah, but they're not bad. You get it's pure corn instead of other stuff. Anyways, anybody there? Yay, we have 4 people. Yay! Oh, I used to have an air popper. I loved that thing. I thought it was the most ingenious invention ever the first time I saw it. Because my family, we had a kettle popper. That's all we had. We had a kettle popper. It was a little plug-in thing. You had to put the butter in, and you had to let the butter melt. And you had to wait for the thing to heat up, and you had to stand there and wait 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 for that first kernel to pop. I remember we had a party at school, grade school, and this kid brought in an air popper. He said, "I'll make some popcorn for the party." And I'm like, "Yeah, great. By the time he gets done, it'll be time for us to graduate." And he turns that thing in, he pours the butter in, he puts the butter in, and he puts the popcorn in, and like 10 seconds later, and it's just no unpopped kernels either. That was what I thought was extra genius about it, and I'm like, holy crap! Get me one of them things. I have a wish list. Excuse me a minute, I gotta kill a roach. Pardon me, a wasp. There we go. I've used so much bug spray, it's amazing I haven't started mutating. Just from the stuff in the air. Adrian, if I ever got enough money together to buy a new trailer, I'd agree with you, okay? This trailer was made in 1971. It's barely holding together, and I'm a slob. I'm absolutely disgusting. I'm not lying. I mean, I'm not as bad as some of the guys you see on the internet. Those pictures of guys that are like buried alive in garbage. But I'm getting close. And I'm a terrible repairman. I have no, I am like God decided to give my dad the antimatter version of himself. Okay, my dad can fix anything. Seriously, he taught himself. I've told this story before. When he was a boy, he used to walk up into he was a Boy Scout. Back when being a Boy Scout meant some serious crap, And he told me once, he'd walk up into the hills, he could find a birch sapling, and he could find the right, he would cut, branches off there, nice straight birch branches, and he would peel the bark, and he would make one of the bigger branches into a bow, and the smaller ones into arrows. And he would fletch them using either bits of bark or those maple tree seeds, the ones with the wings. He would take the lining of the bark. He would braid. He would make a bowstring out of the fibers on the inside of the bark. String the bow. And he would walk up into the hills with a pocket knife, come down with a full bow and arrow set. He was just like that. And, well, he never did it while I was growing up, but he learned to do his own plumbing. He learned to do his own auto repair. One of my most painful memories is him. He was already in his 50s when he did this. Him and me lying out in the cold and wet while it was raining. I mean, freezing rain. Lying under the church van while he primarily, I was just there holding the tools and crap, removed and replaced the transmission out of the van. Lying under the van, we raised and lowered it by levering it into place with 2x4s. And he was like, up until this day, I'm hoping Mom finally managed to convince him to slow down a little bit. But last year, he built himself a shed. Because the one he bought at the store wasn't big enough for what he wanted. I'm dead freaking serious. He built it from the ground up. Roofed it. Just everything. Himself. I helped him out a couple of days. And once again, I'm just standing there holding the tools, okay? He was, I don't know if it was his generation or just him. But he could do everything himself. He got stuck with me. And I'm the, can you please start the orange peel for me, sir, kind of person. I take after my mother in that regard. I came to the conclusion long ago, I don't know what I'm doing when I try and fix something. And by the time I spend enough money to learn how to do it right, and to get the materials to do it right, I could probably hire somebody who already knew. I moved on to this property, okay, and one of the duties is you have to keep the lawn mowed. Now, back when I moved on, I was still fairly mobile. I even had my own lawnmower. But after 2 grueling ordeals, I started tracking down neighborhood kids who were looking for money. Hey, you want to make some money mowing lawns? Here you go. And now I'm in a position where I have no choice. I could never mow the lawn now. I nearly killed myself the last time I mowed. Anyway. I don't know what to say about myself. I just can't, It's basically that right now, I could probably fix up a meal, but first of all, it would probably be something that would give me heartburn or indigestion. For instance, I could whip up. I got a can. I've got some can. I could probably make some. We called it tuna casserole, but basically what it was is a canned tuna, can of soup, and some boiled noodles. But lately, anytime I eat anything with tuna in it, heartburn for like 24 hours. Basically, I have stuff to make food, but anything that I would make is so involved. It would take hours to fix, and would probably make me sick, considering how bad a cook I am. But I'm just that kind of person, I suppose. If dinner time, I'll make a sandwich. Precisely. I'm indecisive, I'm unskilled, and I'm lazy. It's a bad combination. Alright, now, let's see what we got here. Okay, we're working on this page last night, last show. I was feeling under the weather last night, and but anyway, here we go. Yep, you'll have to excuse me if I crunch a little bit. I'm eating crackers. I just had some Marashan instant lunch ramen noodles. I'm too old to be eating these. I really am. That's fine if you're like a teenager and you have a cast iron stomach. Or a college student who can, like, eat bark and keep going. I gotta figure that I am physically... I don't know. It's not the age, it's the mileage, you know. And there are just some things that aren't holding up too well. A lot like my trailer. Thinner on the top, bottom falling out, plumbing no good. Anyway. Okay. Where was I? And I lost track. Oh, yeah. It's supposed to rain. Is today Tuesday? Today's Tuesday. It was supposed, you know, it rained earlier today, but I kind of wish it had kept up. The lawnmower guy didn't show up this weekend. He didn't show up. I swear, you know, my lawn's starting to turn into a gym. He didn't do a good job the first time, didn't do a good job the second time, and he has not showed up yet to finish anything. And I swear, why do I bother anymore? Why do I bother trying with some of these people? I have handed out to 2 different people $160 to keep my lawn mowed and to get my front steps coated with weatherproofing, and nothing has come of it. I am never paying anybody in advance ever again. Ever. Not anybody around here, that's for sure. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Private message, let's see. Apparently I've got problems with my SQL. I have no guys, really, I thank you for the alerts, but for this kind of thing. Okay, Mr. Meyer did some software updates and tweaks. Okay. More stories of the lone traveler. Vinny D sent me a message. Yeah, I've got a new $1 pledge. Patreon. Good news on that. I've got Patreon, my monthly pledges. I've got 61 patrons, which comes to, and their pledges come to $254 monthly. Well, actually, $243 actually monthly. Which is about 200 and some odd, which is just enough to cover my lot rent. So yeah, that's kind of a relief right there. But yeah. Anyway, the I've lowered one of the Patreon rewards. I've only basically got 2 patron awards. One Patreon level is if you make a patron pledge, your name is listed on the website as a supporter. If originally it was $50, I've dropped it to $20. $20. If you're a $20 pledger, you get a free copy of my annual archival DVD. I'm decided to do a regular annual thing where I make a DVD that archives all the strips for that year. Yeah. Ooh, bugs. Ah! Houseflies. Anyway. So yay to that. I haven't got anybody that qualifies for that yet. Nobody's made a $20 a month pledge, so. But I've got a few people who have pre-ordered it for this year. That's on the to-do list. Very straightforward process. I've got a template for the DVD. I just transfer the files over to the template and burn off a CDD. Burn off a CDD. I just transfer copy the files over to the template and burn a new DVD. that, though, is just getting a quick look at the description. You've been mysterious and spooky. Together and scribbles and sketches, scribbles and sketches. When I'm not feeling the juice, I tend to scribble. Okay, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Let's see here. Let's see what that. Transfer. And let you see what I'm doing. Okay, I've got the. I learned the hard way to put the background in first. It's only taken me 44 years to learn that basic step. If I could figure out a way to, if I could figure out a way to get my Patreon pledgers to all raise their pledges to $20, I'd be completely in the black. Failing that, I'm just going to have to find a few hundred more people pledging $1 each, or $5 or $10 or whatever. Ow! Ow. Did you ever actually manage to bite the underside of your tongue? Or you get something wedged under your tongue and you pinch the skin, the flesh on the You think biting your tongue or biting your cheek hurts, man. Oh, ow. That'll make you bite like that. Just make you sit up and say, "Why?" Ow. There's a fella I've been watching. He's a new guy on YouTube. He's crude, but he has some he had a very disturbing point to make. Is that he's pointed out another critical mass situation that I was unaware of. Okay, most people don't realize is that America has more. Right now, America has multiple crises reaching a breaking threshold all at the same time. And any one of these would be a disaster for the nation. But they're all brewing up to collapse at the same time. First of all, our electrical infrastructure, for one example, it is 50 years out of date. It is a cobbled together mess, and it is falling apart. And every year, the cost of renovating it goes up several $1 billion. And the demand on the electrical grid goes up even worse. This is one of the consequences of having centralized everything. Another example is our fiat currency. I've harped on that long enough that you already know what I'm talking about. Is that 100 years ago, basically put, the American dollar has lost 95% of its face value in the last century, and most of it in the last 40 to 50 years. And, the problem is accelerating. We are rapidly, we went from gold standard to fractional reserve printing, and then we went straight to fiat currency, and it is going to kill us. It's basically going to kill our economy. It's going to explode. It can't go on. It will, within the next 5 to 10 years, collapse into hyperinflation. It has, the American dollar has lasted 200 times longer than the average for fiat currency. Now, that's just two examples of basic parts of our infrastructure that are reaching a breaking point, a bubble, if you will. He pointed out something. We've got a prison bubble. Thanks in part to our drug war. I hate to break it to you. Yeah, we've taken people that were largely harmless stoners, thrown them into prison, and turned them into hardened criminals. Jail cells don't reform people. They lock them on rails. You don't reform people by locking them up with hardened criminals where they can learn how to be even meaner and more antisocial than they were before. Anyway, he used the state of Michigan for one example. The state of Michigan, and there's a reason he did it. Basically, going through the numbers, right now, 53% of all births, of all pregnancies and births in this nation, are illegitimate. And the product of that is children raised by single moms, and the likelihood of them going to prison, being the children of unwed mothers, just goes through the roof. And so our prison system, basically put it this way: a battalion is 500 men. We have Michigan has 68 battalions of men who have had nothing to do but lift weights and nurse their anger at society, locked up. That's what we have, just in the state of Michigan. The math is that when our society, when illegitimacy in our society, general illegitimacy reaches 63%, the percentage, the flow into the prisons will be too great for the system to bear. We will not have enough money to keep everybody locked up. We simply won't. It already costs $29,000 a year just to keep somebody in a regular jail. And these prisoners, the courts will start releasing people. They'll turn the prisons into revolving doors. They will start hemorrhaging criminals out onto the street. And he points out two things. One, the American prisons are the number one recruiting ground for Islam. The religion of Islam spreads like wildfire, particularly through, obviously through men's prison, particularly through the minorities, African Americans in particular. These prisons have basically become breeding grounds for new jihadists, or indoctrination grounds, if you like. And flat put, just in the state of Michigan, 68 battalions of angry ex-cons with no future, a grudge against society, and Islamic recruiters scooping them up. And he brings this up for Michigan in particular because Dearborn, Michigan is the largest population, is supposed to be the largest population of Muslims outside of the Mideast. It's a bad confluence of events. Our easy divorce society. No fault divorce basically is just another way of saying it's all the man's fault divorce. Because the man loses all his parental rights and ends up paying for everything, even though it's supposedly no fault. A huge upswing in illegitimate births, accompanied by the explosion of the drug war, which just like the alcohol prohibition has been a disaster. Look, I've seen the numbers from 1970 to 2012. The percentage of drug addicts in society has remained the same, while expenditures on the drug war have basically increased geometrically every year. The drug war has done nothing but empower politicians and enrich organized criminals. He had other points too. Here's something to chew on. You saw we've seen what Chernobyl did. Rendered millions of square miles unlivable. We've seen what happened with the nuclear power plant accident in Japan. America has dozens of nuclear power plants that, on average, at any one time, have about 20 security guards. And most of these power plants are plunked down right next to the Great Lakes, the biggest source of fresh water on the North American continent. And it's kind of disturbing is the fact that there are scattered across the country are all these across America are these nuclear power plants. Scattered across the country are all these Muslim encampments. There's jihadi training grounds. And you overlay a map of one over the other, and the parallels are rather frightening. He goes back to Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, 22-minute drive from the nearest nuclear power plant. And the average, again, running through the numbers, these camps, these known Islamic centers, could, best estimate, field each, field about 100, 120 jihadists per nuclear power plant. They wouldn't even have to have a really organized plan. They'd just have to break in, overwhelm the guards, and start breaking shit. And we would have dozens of Chernobyls. All over this country. They've caught radicals spying on the nuclear power plants, just spotting them through binoculars, checking out the security. Let me write this. The man that wrote this, he's a ex-military, been through 3 wars. And he's pointing out, this is his strategic analysis. This plan, this is just ballparking it, spitballing. It would be unbelievably easy for the jihadists already in this country to cause an environmental, just with this nuclear power plant scenario, to cause a catastrophe that would pretty much destroy this nation. Think of all the millions of square miles they had to evacuate around Chernobyl. Think about the fact that they've got those power plants scattered all up and down along the coast, along the Great Lakes, or within spitting distance of them. They would probably have to evacuate the entire Great Lake area. It would be a massive blow to the country. It would be a disaster. One power plant would be a disaster. And the Muslims in this country, the mosques, could easily field enough people, enough bitter, angry people they recruited from the prisons, and just the regular run-of-the-mill Muslims that are just bopping around their mosques on a regular. They could do this easily. They could field enough people to launch simultaneous attacks on dozens of nuclear power plants in the United States simultaneously. And all it would take is one. Adrian, the pollution legends are a lot worse. The folklore among environmentalists about the pollution in the Great Lakes is a little exaggerated. And pollution problem or not, losing all the Great Lakes to radiation would be just an itsy-witsy bit worse than having litter on the shore to pick up. It would be devastating. Radioactive fallout in the water in these lakes. Wipe out the entire ecosystem, kill all the fish, destroy the fishing industry, destroy all the coastal cities, all the coastal towns. The economic blow would drive America to its knees. And God only knows how bad it would be for Canada, as you point out, considering most of their population lives just along the border. This is depressing stuff. Barring divine providence, we have, it's like a tick about to pop. Barring the mercy of God and the penitent repentance of this nation from its folly, it's not a question of if, but when. If some guy drinking a beer and sitting in front of a YouTube cam can think up this scenario. Do your own, do the math yourself, figure it out. Just how wet and messy things could get. You know what I'm saying? So some days, with all the things, how many of you know the story of Damocles? Damocles was is in Greek legends, is ancient Greek, ancient Romans. I forget whether it was Greek or Roman. I believe it was Greek, but he was an ambitious politician, and he was starting to step on some toes. He was invited to a dinner, a banquet, and given a seat of honor. And he happened to during the meal, he happened to glance up and discovered, to his shock, that the entire time, from the high voltage ceiling, a sword had been dangling over his head by a single thread. Our nation and our world are hanging under a dozen different swords of Damocles. and there's a giggling little loon with a pair of scissors sitting up in the rafters. Some days I just get so tired of waiting for the other shoe to fall. You know, when I first heard about September 11th, 2001, I was at the bank, and I remember this very clearly. Just, you know, I was at the bank cashing my paycheck for that week in South Charleston, and I heard a couple of the bank clerks, the ladies, talking, and oh my, I can't believe this is happening. And I asked them what it was, and they told me is like not 15 minutes ago, a plane. Terrorists crashed a plane into a skyscraper. And you know what my first thought was? Well, it's about time. I wasn't surprised that they did. I was the only thing that ever surprised me was that it took them that long. These psychoterrorists. It surprised me it took those psychoterrorists that long to come up with the idea. You know, hey, instead of just blowing up the plane, we could do a whole lot more damage if we paid attention to where we crashed this mother. I mean, it seemed obvious strategy to me. Building big bombs is difficult. Crashing a plane, easy. Smack it into a street full of buildings? Oh yeah, let's up the numbers. And I was continually surprised at the fact that these planes were blowing up over open water or out in the countryside where they weren't going to hit anything. And then I heard that the terrorists had smashed it into a building. That was my first thought. Well, I wondered how long it would take before this occurred to them. Or maybe a better way to say it, I knew it. The size and scope of what had happened, I didn't learn until later that day. You know, a couple hours took. You know, everybody knew about it. It was everywhere. Everybody had the TVs turned on and everything. And I saw. I started. When I first started seeing the images and seeing the footage when it was going out live, and I realized just how big it was. All the horrible scenarios that people have come up with. The terrorists, everybody's sitting around listening to these scenarios and going, "Oh, those are so unlikely." The terrorists have probably already got them in a dossier. What do we try this week? ISIS burned a man alive on international television. They drowned people in pools. They executed women for refusing to let soldiers rape them. I've just seen footage, not just today, of them walking down a line of men lying on their faces, just casually, blah, 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 just emptying their guns into their backs, like they were killing rats. I remember, they had the guy walking down the line, blam, 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 blam. And one of the others was like, "Oh, you missed one." He walked over. Oh, there you go. The barbaric evil we are facing. and the people that are supposed to be defending our nation from it are are allied with it. Let's not say anything less. They have been giving aid and comfort. We have politicians who our forefathers would have hung for treason, for aiding and abetting an enemy so depraved that they had never seen such a thing in their age. Our president is aiding and abetting these monsters. Our congressmen are aiding and abetting these monsters. They're laying out a welcome mat for them. Because like most collaborators, they're dumb enough to think that they'll be left untouched. You remember that? You remember that that weasel in Batman 3? He had basically paid. He'd given Bane bankrolls of money, with the idea that Bane would come in and wreak havoc in Gotham, and all the power would come flooding his way to help control the terrorists. Basically a bribe. He thought that by collaborating with Bane that he would come out smelling like a rose, and he would come out on top. And he yelled at me. He expected him to do certain things. I paid you to do this, 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 and this. Bane laughed in his face and said, "You think that gives you power over me?" Then he crushed the guy like a bug. It's precisely what's going to if God does not intervene. That is precisely what is going to happen to the quislings and collaborators in power in our government right now. They are going to be among the first that the caliphate lines up against the wall. But they are in such a deluded state, they think that bad things are something that happens to other people. Why shouldn't they think it? Why shouldn't they think they can do whatever they want? They've gotten away with it so far. Ted Kennedy, drunkard, murderer, thief, collaborator with Islamic radicals, socialist. Spent most of his entire life in power in Congress until he finally died of drunken dissipation. Well, when I was speaking of a guy sitting in front of a YouTube camera with a beer, I was speaking of the other guy doing the broadcast, not myself. I don't drink beer. My point still stands. It's tiresome. I'm so tired of waiting for the other shoe to drop. You know? I've got enough, doomsday clocks ticking in my own life. You know, personally speaking, every month is a cold sweat rundown to the end. I'm behind by at least 2 months on my lot rent, and thankfully my donation levels have finally risen to the point where I can just ship them straight to my landlord, and I won't gain ground, but I won't lose any more. And it's not that I'm 2 months behind. I have lost 2 more months. 2 more months behind. I owe them. Just by making the payments late, they added charges and fees and everything, and that added up. And after 5 years, after 5 years, they sent me a note informing them that I was almost $2,000 behind. And I've been paying them extra every month to try and catch up, except for these last 2 months where I didn't have anything to send them. It's been bad. The electric bill, the gas bill, not the gas, but the electric bill, the trash bill, the taxes, lot rent. There's always something. You all know this story. You know this song and dance. You live in it. You all are living it just like I am. But yeah. Oh. My situation is the end product of a lifetime of poor decisions. I'll just make it that simple. I'll just leave it at that. And I don't think there's any way that I could change that now. Any way I could go back and fix it. I think I would have to start my whole life over to unlearn all the bad lessons I came away with. If I don't know if that makes any sense. I mean, it was I don't know. I think it comes down to I don't believe I can change. I've tried to change. I have. Back when I wasn't always so listless. I would make an energetic effort to change, and sooner or later it fizzled out, and I would be back at square one. And sometimes I'd get up and I'd finally realize I'd try to change again. I'd try to change my habits, my behavior, my behavior patterns. And despite that, I've concluded that I can't self-help myself into being a new person. I can just survive. Hold on, keep plugging along. If I change along the way, I change. But if not, it's nothing that was unpredicted. Excuse me. A roof. Let's see where to put my drink. Beverage. My glass. Ah, there we go. Oh. Ugh. Ouch. Huh. Might be sure not. I'm feeling kind of a little bit peaked. Oh, great. I'm really sick of this, okay? I'm really sick of having something I like spoiled by militant perverts, okay? And their enablers, okay? I'm sick of it. 2% of the population is running roughshod over the rest of us. No, your children's show does not need insinuation that two of the characters are gay. It doesn't make you enlightened. It doesn't make you enlightened, progressive, or anything else. It just makes you a pervert lover. Okay? And they are perverts. There are no alternate sexualities, okay? There are two genders and one sexuality. Everything else is just perversion. I'm really sick. They've even started pushing asexuality. She's not homosexuality. She's not heterosexual. She's asexual. They're trying to pass it. I've noticed in the fan fictions, if they do it to anybody, they do it to either Applejack. I've seen it done once to Applejack, and I've seen it done several times to Twilight Sparkle. Oh, she's asexual. No. You can't even call it a dysfunction when their sex drive doesn't work at all. I'm sorry, if you are not sexually attracted to anything, that's a problem. It's not a lifestyle. Maybe they're not asexual at all. Maybe they're just nauseated by you and all your sex freak hang-ups. I love how they call it cisgendered. You know what used to be called normal. The Tumblr tards call cisgendered, cis-gendered. Which is their way of saying that your sexuality is the same as your apparent gender. Your sexuality and gender are the same as your apparent gender, and it's horse crap. It's another word for normal. Look, all these people, the people that we're talking homosexual, bisexual, polyamorous, whatever they want to call themselves, and all these different. The people who say they're men trapped in women's body, the women who say that they're women trapped in men's bodies, and all this stuff, all of them combined. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, transsexual, queer. Well, I thought that covered the others. All of those combined make up 5% of the population. Even among perverts, homosexuals are a minority of a minority. I wonder how long before the GLBTQ, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transsexual, queer. I wonder how long before they add a P for pedophile or B for bestialist. And it's a coin flip as to which will have first. Which group are we going to see lobbying for legal recognition first? Bestialists or pedophiles? What's your bet? They're never going to have a C for chaste, Adrian. That's what they call, asexual, as in you have no sex drive and no interest in sex at all. That's not a life. None of those are lifestyles, okay? They're perversions. And asexuality, that's a biological problem. A biological and psychological problem. All of the others are the same. They are psychological problems. They are also sins. They are perversions. I told you about this before. Some guy, as a joke, he posted a picture of from SpongeBob SquarePants. There's this one scene in SpongeBob SquarePants where Squidward is teaching a music class, and Patrick the Starfish, the really stupid character, and that's saying a lot, is sitting in the front row, and he raises his hand and says, "Excuse me, is mayonnaise a musical instrument?" And Squidward is, "No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not a musical instrument." Well, he changed the dialogue. He posted, he said he's got Squidward standing here. "No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not a gender." And some little social justice warrior Tumblrina got bent over that. She posted, "You're posting this hateful thing that's insulting to young people who are trying to understand their gender," and all the other posters are like, their eyes like saucers, and one guy said, "I can't believe this," and another one said, "Let it be known that here at this place on this date in Tumblr, poster so and so non-ironically tried to defend mayonnaise as a gender." That's what I'm saying. Asexuals, what an asexual person is a person whose sex drive has been killed. And look, when kids first hear about sex, that's their first response. Ew, that's disgusting. And then one day, they figure it out. Look, they have been trying to, if they can't make it overt, they try and sneak it into the children. There was a TV show, there was a short-lived cartoon called Blazing Dragons. It was, it was set in a medieval fantasy world, and except everybody was a dragon. And it was following the knights of the kingdom, who were all dragons, And one of them, and the opening song, one of the characters was a dragon who was flaming, absolutely effeminate. And even in the opening songs, they were insinuating, "We're good and strong and brave and, how do they put it? They're brave and strong and straight and true." And on straight, you see the camera spins over to this one flaming character who winks at the camera. Straight, haha. And now they've got Steven Universe. And it got this convoluted justification. And basically, it's gay. You know, they're supposed to be, you know, oh, they're not really human. They actually just look human because they're actually living crystals from another dimension. But they're all female, and they're all over each other. And nobody's fooled, okay? The common name for this show on the internet is gay space rocks. You just want to pretend we don't want to. You just want to pretend we don't exist. Well, we don't want to. You know. You want to exclude us from the show. You want to pretend we don't. Yeah, you're right. I do want to pretend you don't exist. Same as I want to pretend that rapists and murderers and child molesters don't exist. We're not putting those in the children's cartoons either. Random video game nerd? No. Unless you want to watch the ongoing adventures of gay space rocks, okay? Really, come on. Okay, I'm looking at this video right now. All's fair in love and game. Oh, jeez.
And then I said, it tastes like marshmallows? Yes, so that made me feel like you were on a camping trip? Yes, just like that time we went to the amusement park in 8th grade! You know me so well. You know me so well.
Dudes, the tryouts for the friendship games are...
What the hell? Okay, I'm just skimming through this and I'm going, what the hell?
You made the team! You made the team!
Okay, I'm going to say this first of all. The Equestria Girls show is an abomination. Okay, the Equestria Girls movies, I've harped on this. I hate it. I hate Equestria Girls because it represents everything wrong with children's television, especially children's television written for girls as the primary market. I've harped on this for ages. Okay, they wanted to, you know, they had. Let's see here. Let me pull up some images. Let me switch over the camera. Okay, several of the toy companies have been marketing to the tweens, otherwise known as little girls who aren't quite teenagers yet. They're trying to make the girls grow up faster. I'm sorry, little girl. Okay? I swear to God, if I ever catch the person who designs these children's clothes for little girls, makes them look like little. If I ever catch them, they'd better pray to God I don't meet them in a back alley, because one body will be coming out. Toes first. I swear it. I'm gonna go. You know, I'll probably die of a heart attack from the strain, but I'll strangle them. Look, we should have picked up the clue when it was all gay people designing clothes for adult women. Isn't it interesting how gay people are designing all the clothes for women? How all their models are sick, distorted, mutant freaks with negative body fat. Gee, I wonder why all the girls out there have such a distorted body image. And now they're spreading the love down to the younger generations, trying to make little girls think that they have to look like little streetwalkers if they don't want to be laughed at. But I'm backing up here. Okay, they wanted to get into the, Hasbro wanted to get into the same market as these Bratz dolls. Okay, let me zoom in here. I hate how I can't shrink this upper window here. It's can't. Excuse me. Ah. Okay. Image. Zoom in. This is what, Bratz dolls. And they have little mall shopping place. It's bimbo education for the new generation. Yeah. And then we had, let's see, Monster High, which is an even crappier franchise. Same idea, giant heads, anorexic bodies, huge boots. Except they're all like monsters, like from Universal Studios monsters. Frankenstein Girl and Zombie Girl and Werewolf Girl and Mummy Girl and again, bimbo training for the new generation. Yay, look at that. Yay! Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that frickin' wonderful? Now, they wanted to break into the tween market with a bunch of little girl, little dolls for little girls, the same, dress-up dolls and things like that. So now, gee, I wonder where they could get something like that. Now, I don't know about you, but I happen to recall this obscure little artist known as Lauren Faust. Just a little nobody that nobody's ever heard of. Now, she has a franchise that she has been trying to market for years. Literally, for 5 years now, or longer. It's called Milky Way and the Galaxy Girls. Here, let me zoom in on this one. You see that? You can see there's Milky Way and there are the girls. There's Pluto, there's Mars, there's the Moon, there's Saturn, and there's Mercury, and there's the Sun. Solari, I forget what they named her in. And there's Venus. Are you getting the idea? They're each themed after, they're roller skating girls. They're all themed after, each is themed after a different planet. And they battle this evil, their villain, card-carrying villain is a villain called Craterface, as I recall. Anyway, she has been trying to market this for years. Where do you suppose they could get, look at it, custom made, exactly what they needed by somebody who had worked with them before and had turned one of their franchises into the biggest success of the 21st century. But no, they're not going to go with that. They'd never go with that. Oh, who is this Lauren Faust person? Who is this Lauren Faust person? So what do they go with instead? a god-awful regurgitation of My Little Pony. They knew it would suck, okay? They knew it would suck. That's why they tried to tie it into My Little Pony. They were trying to drag it along behind My Little Pony like a dead dog on a rope behind a pickup truck. Because they knew without tying it into My Little Pony, they wouldn't have anything. They just have another generic product that nobody of any age, but especially little girls, none of them would be interested in it. It's a disgusting insult to all the artists that worked on the original show, to all the artists, to all the writers, to all the fans. It's lazy ass crap that that should have gotten somebody fired, if not outright beaten by security before getting thrown out the door. If I had been a CEO of a company, if I had been a CEO of Hasbro, and some guy came in, we'll just we'll just re-scoop up some leftover turds from My Little Pony and make it into this, they would have bounced twice before they hit the curb. Now, I'll tell you what, mediocre animation, mediocre writing, terrible writing. Look, the main six, all the main characters in My Little Pony, in the real My Little Pony, the main characters are all adults. Okay? This is what little girls should aspire to be. Adults with ambitions, with drives, with dreams. They were adult characters with their own careers, with their own ambitions, in a large, expansive world. And they take it and they turn it into a high school, yet another high school musical. We need to go through Hollywood with a tire iron and thin out the herd. Anybody who romanticizes being in a high school needs to be taken out and beaten. High school is not the pinnacle of somebody's existence. It never should be. Some of the saddest, most pathetic people on earth are these losers who spend the rest of their lives talking about their glory days in high school. The whole premise is stupid. Somebody steals the most priceless magical artifact in Equestria and flees to another dimension. They send somebody after her to get this priceless artifact back. The girl comes in and spends how long trying to win a contest for a homecoming queen, for prom queen. To get the crown, instead of just picking up a rock, breaking the display case, grabbing the crown, and running for it. And the IQ goes down from there. I wrote, just, and I don't care if the plot would, little kids won't care. I don't care. That is the shittiest excuse. Little kids won't care. Little kids won't care if our product is substandard. Little kids won't care. Little kids won't care if there's sawdust in the hamburger. Just paint a clown face on the side of the box. They'll eat it up. Why does it make me angry? Because the good things in this world, are so rare. Things of quality, things that flat out make me happy, things that make me smile, things that make other people happy and make them smile. They're rare. They're so precious and rare. Quality work, rare. Artistic integrity, rare. Or somebody craps all over him, I get kind of upset. I really don't like the way they're marketing to these little girls either. They're using it, Lyra and Bonbon, the ambiguously gay. They've turned Lyra and Bonbon into the ambiguously gay duo. So that they can market it, just so they can market the excruciatingly atrocious attitudes of political correctness to little girls. You suggest that some of the characters are old enough they ought to start having boyfriends, have normal relationships with the other gender, and people are, but oh hey, let's have a gay duo. And then, oh yeah, let's do that. Equestria girls, because doing a shit job should be your highest ambition. Equestria girls, because we're not sneaking enough pro-lesbian propaganda into your child's life through school. Equestria girls, because we're too lazy and sorry to compete with a decent product. Equestria girls, because screw the fan base. Did you ever see the Americanized version of Sailor Moon? No, I'm not talking the dub or the subtitle version. I'm not talking about the dub version or the edited version or anything like that. I'm talking about the all-American made version. I mean, this was an absolute abortion of a show. Half of it was live action, from what the clips I've seen, half of it was live action, half of it was animated, and it was animated American style, not anime style. And the theme was that they replaced all the characters with a ethnically correct mix, including one girl in a wheelchair to be the Sailor Scouts, and make your eyes bleed awful. Okay? That's how I feel about it. They took something that was good, made a complete turd of it to try and make a fast buck. And they didn't even succeed at that. They can't figure out... It's the same problem with any media industry. Whether you're talking books, they have this problem. Book publishers have this problem, but television and movies have it far worse. Because the people who are in charge of the money and the people who are in charge of the creativity almost never connect. Okay? The people in charge of the money think that if they work at it long enough, they will develop a formula for easy success. And they'll do things that make a lot of money sometimes, but end up killing the franchise. They kill the goose that lays the golden egg. This is how it goes. Some director, actor, some director or writer or a combination thereof comes out with a movie or a TV show that just breaks the mold. Does something incredible. It's high. Quality way above and beyond, anything that they expected. And it becomes a raging success. And so people in Hollywood and in the TV industry dump tons of money on it. Even if they had had to be squeezed like a turnip beforehand, they'll suddenly start gushing money at the product. And the executives will be all over it like white on rice. They will start picking the show apart, trying to find a formula to repeat the success. They don't understand that you can't replicate a work of art. They treat an artistic endeavor like a lemonade stand. But because they, Hollywood has like 11 writers. 11 main writers, and that's it. Most of the mainstream media outlets, whether you're talking news, cable channels, all the cable channels in the world, all those television companies are owned by 3 corporations. The mentality, it's the mentality is so in-house as to be almost incestuous. And so when a bad idea gets stuck in their heads, it stays in there forever. Okay? Now, they start looking for a formula. And suddenly you'll see dozens. This is why you see thousands of knockoff ideas popping up behind a successful franchise. Harry Potter came on the scene, and suddenly there were 10,000 different writers who were suddenly popping out with these teen magic adventure stories. Twilight comes along, and suddenly the shelves are full of books with black covers and hollow-eyed girls with moody expressions on the cover. And on and on and on. They look for a formula. They don't realize there is no formula, but they insist on following the formula they come up with, and it results in disaster. And they kill the franchise. They kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Look what they did with Aliens. Executive meddling killed that entire franchise. They have no competition, so they are not encouraged to break out of their bad habits of thought. They have no real competition. They're a union house. I mean, everything they do in movie making, especially, the unions are crawling up your rear end. They should have changed the name of Hollywood to Commie Town. Kid you not. And don't mistake the fact that they live like capitalist pigs for anything but what it is, hypocrisy. Yeah. This is why you see things like the Transformers franchise continue for 3 movies. When that's all you've got for dinner, you know, that's what you'll eat. Do you follow what I'm saying? It's not like they can go to a different Hollywood. It's not like the audience can go to a different Hollywood to watch different movies. Michael Bay has become a success because he's the only one who was making Transformers movies. Thousands of fans, you know, like the joke was, is that, you know, that Triumph the Wonder Dog comedian did a live footage of people waiting for the Star Wars prequels, standing in lines. They said all these fans standing out, desperate for the crumbs to fall from George Lucas's table. That's what it amounts to. They come out with something good, and everybody is so desperate for good quality, they'll choke down whatever else comes down the line. Quality is so rare, it's so precious. And it's a constant war to get good quality stuff and to keep it. Because these people that are into this, they don't want to take risks. They don't want to do what's necessary to make good quality TV shows. They want an easy out. They want quick and dirty, cheap and easy. And it doesn't work. But because it doesn't kill them instantly, they continue the practice. This is why you have burger barns that sell crappy food. Because, hey, it's, you know, they're never going to be a major success, but, you know, they're never going to go out of business either. Because they're the only they're the only burger barn for 100 miles around. This upsets me because I love, you know, despite everything that said I shouldn't have liked this show, I did. Friendship is magic, and I was so impressed. And, you know, I nitpick, but that's what fans do. It angers me that they hoard out something they took something that I love and hoard it out. I'm furious at what they did to what's the name of the girl? It's, I keep forgetting her name. Hannah Montana, the girl that played Hannah Montana, Miley Cyrus. She didn't, you know. Other people stepped in and did that to her. beautiful young girl, marvelously talented, in many enjoyable songs. And Hollywood got her in and convinced her to whore herself out. Somebody along the line, somewhere along the line in Hollywood convinced her that the only way she would ever be the only way she would ever be respected as an adult woman was if she acted like a skank. That is the basic message you get out of these stores that make slutty clothes for preteens. And all these various little pop culture depravities. All the Cosmo magazines and similar outlets. They teach young girls. Their first lesson to young girls is that if you ain't a skank, if you aren't letting your sexuality hang out where everybody can ogle it, you're just a little girl. Oh, ha ha, look at the little baby. They talk about this Madonna whore complex. No, they haven't got. They're not even close. The Madonna whore complex suggests that they have, this dichotomy between virtuous women and slutty women. No. It's the little baby girl, hot sexy slut complex. They spend 18 years telling little girls that if they don't act like hookers, then they're not fully mature women. Nobody wants to be thought of as a child. Nobody wants to be thought of as a baby, as an infant, as a helpless toddler. Nobody wants to be treated like that. But how does our society treat little girls? I pointed this out before. One of the fundamental fatal flaws of toys and TV shows and so forth that are marketed to the preteen set. Notice this. When they make a toy or a cartoon franchise for a little boy, they make it marketed towards boys. When they make, at that age appropriate, but when they make if they make a show for a 12-year-old boy, it's for a 12-year-old boy. When they make a show for a 12-year-old girl, it's written and drawn like it was for a 6-year-old girl. All flowers and ruffles and rainbows and cootsy pootsy crap that the little girl in real life probably left behind when she left the nursery. What is our society? Our society calls sexually explicit mature. And we say it in 1,000 different ways. This is one of the things I admired about Lauren Faust's work. She came out. Her whole point was, you don't have to be a fluffy little empty head to be a girl, and you don't have to be a trashy skank either. You can be a scholar, you can be an athlete, you can be a nature lover, you can be into beauty and fashion. You can be an introvert, an extrovert, shy, bold, doesn't matter. There's more than one way to be a girl, and by extension, more than one way to be a human being. She broke out of the mold in both directions. she made some mistakes along the way. I think that there are some things that she either should have addressed or shouldn't have shied away from. But if it had been anybody else, it would have been the treacly drivel that the previous generations of writers for the show had made. Look up My Little Pony 3.5. Listen to your soul shrivel. Let's see here. Trying to trying to keep. Okay. Trying to get this. Yeah, I'm trying to pop the window up. Trying to look at it. That's my point. One of the things I have to say that Generation 2, one of the things they should have had is that they admitted that boys and girls liked each other, or eventually did. They did have a couple of they turned it into the typical vapidness. Quite frankly, I think that My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. They should have had the girls at least. Thinking about dating. By having Rarity be the only one who is actively considering. By having Rarity be the only one who's actively considering dating and marriage, they've made it look like only silly, vapid ladder climbing, obsessed girls do that. That's the one and only thing that came out of Equestria Girls. I said, well, damn, it's about time. When they had Twilight Sparkle attracted to Flash Sentry. That's the one thing I think they did right. Everybody hates Flash. The reason they hate Flash is because he's taking away their waifu. I'm sorry, I know enough about the show. Flash Sentry, he's a nice guy. Stand-up, in the show, he was a stand-up guy. He even took her dancing, and the one scene where she was starting to dance, and she was dancing like she did when she was in Equestria, a.k.a. badly. He went out on the floor and proceeded to dance just like her so that she wouldn't feel embarrassed. And I'm like, see? Like that, Well, Adrian Halls, your mother, she can call me whatever she wants. Is there any particular reason she called me a lunatic? The ranting, the raving, the implications of violence, the fact that my coat has arms that tie in the back. What? But really, it's way past time. I think one of the important lessons is they're perfectly willing to teach little girls that lesbian relations are perfectly normal, or try and sneak it in by the back door. But you try and suggest that maybe we should show that boys liking girls and girls liking boys is normal and healthy and, happy can be good too. Oh, no, not that. I swear, you suggest heterosexuality to some of these people, it's like you threw Gollum into a bin full of limbus bread. Oh, it burns and it stings! We hates the straightness! We hates it forever! I'm sorry, just show him with a boy. Show a pony asking him out on anything. They saw Twilight Sparkle blushing when a cute colt comes up to her, and they threw a fit. Bunch of dysfunctional freaks. This is why I ship. This is why I made a point in my the Great Alicorn Hunt that I'm shipping Twilight Sparkle and Flash Sentry together. This is why I had her get married to an OC in Alicornundrum. And of course, I've overdone it. It's a running gag that in my stories that Fluttershy is an absolute heartbreaker and absolutely oblivious to it. The one scene where the captain of the guard, each of the girls got ascended to Alicorn Princess in the Great Alicorn Hunt. Each of them ended up with their own royal guard, their own division of royal guards. And each of them ended up with their own captain of the guard. Twilight's was Flash Sentry. And each of the group of guards, they have the emblem of their princess on the pendant on the front of their petrol. That's the thing that goes around their shoulders and the neck, right there. And right on their chest is the symbol. And of course, with Fluttershy, it's a big pink butterfly. And it's been marked in TV tropes as a crowning moment of funny. One of her guardsmen, after being inducted, he's at a bar, brooding over his hard cider, and a couple of long-term soldiers come in and start razzing him about the big pink butterfly on his uniform. They ask him, "Who are you working for?" And he doesn't say a word. He just pulls out a fashion magazine, opens it up to the latest photo session, the last photo session that Fluttershy had with Photo Finish, and the two guys take one look and spit their beer across the table. And then he turns it over and reveals that, oh yes, she did a negligee shoot. And he's sitting there, and they're goggling at these pictures, and he says, "Oh, she wears that to bed every night." One of them looks over at the guy and says, "I hate you and everything you stand for, and I want to be you more than anything in life." I don't know, it's risque, but I couldn't resist the humor. Just good. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Fluttershy, I'll say this. Fluttershy's character, that's the kind of girl, personality-wise, that's the kind of girl that I have always been attracted. The shy types. The sweet, shy type, just You know, just, okay, I'll just stand over here and die, you know. And I'm like, it's interesting. The first I ever heard about the show, I stumbled across this review, one of these online, Otaku, let's see. It was a couple of guys who called themselves Otaku Ascended on YouTube. And they had been talked into doing a review of the first few episodes of My Little Pony. And it became a regular thing with them. And the first episode, they said, they turn on the camera and say, okay, we're going to have to turn in our man cards for this one, folks. And then they go on and they review the first episode of Friendship is Magic. And they admitted it, you know, they were hooked. They were hooked. They say, and they came out and say, you know, some people, you know, we like flesh, and one of them's catching. If you hate Fluttershy, you hate life. Because from her very first appearance, she has been the Whoopi, you know, the adorable one. And I'm like, yeah, I like those. That's the interesting thing is that Lauren Faust said that their personalities of the main six were based on 6 of the main archetypes usually found in romance novels, of all things. The city girl, the country, you know, the fashionista, the country girl, the nature girl, the shy, you know, just the bookworm, and the fun-loving one. You know, 6 different archetypes of female characters usually used in those kinds of stories. And I've also noticed, you know, no matter how you look at it, it's a very interesting spread. You got an introvert, an extrovert, an athlete, an egghead, a workaholic, a party girl. You know, no matter how you look at it, no matter how you describe them, if you got one, you've got the opposite on the other side of the circle. It's very interesting. She managed to balance those 6 characters so well. Anyway, what am I looking for? What am I looking for? I forgot what I was looking for. Oh, yeah. This program. Right, yay. Let me switch back over to here. I'm going to switch back over here. Let those sayings run for a while. But what I was saying earlier is that most of our culture, we revolve around 2 perspectives on being a little girl. The stereotype is that every little girl wants to grow up fast. And their idea of growing up is to grow into a bra. It's pathetic. It really, really is. And these girls, they're not given any choices. They're given a choice between being Shirley Temple or Miley Cyrus. Do you get what I'm saying now? Does that sum it up perfectly? A choice between being Shirley Temple or Miley Cyrus. And what's sad is that Miley Cyrus, I used to admire her. You know, everybody used to make fun of her because she was a Disney girl. You know, she was one of the Disney performers. And you can't tell me that didn't have an effect on how she handled growing up. You know, I mean, being told that you're being called insipid and being made fun of because you worked for the mouse. There had to be a cost to that. Her parents were no help. Billy Ray Cyrus, her father, don't tell my heart, my achy breaky heart, that guy. I was surprised when I heard that. A man of one song, don't tell my head, my empty hollow head, you know. Oh, I support my daughter and all she does. Oh, great. What kind of a dad, what kind of a father sees his daughter displayed on national television like that and has that reaction? Oh, you can't. Oh man, I can't even begin to imagine what my father would have done if my sister had ended up on national television, being, bumped and ground by some rap star, waggling her tongue at the camera with a big old camel toe pair of shorts on. Oh, my mental image is either dead of a heart attack or gunfire. That cool slick mother would have been shaking hands with Tupac Shakur before the day was out. This is what Hollywood does to people. And I don't believe for an instant that this is some sort of innate consequence of being in the media. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe there's a consequence. Maybe there's a price to pay. No matter how you do it, for seeking fame. And no matter how you like it, when you're in the movie industry, your whole life revolves around fame. I think it kills you. I think it kills something very important, very precious inside of you. I wish and I hope. I know of. There's a handful of Hollywood stars, far more high class. I mean, in a previous generation, not everybody in Hollywood was disgusting. I mean, they weren't angels, but many of them were decent and honorable people. And the people from that generation who have lived on, these celebrities and such, still wonderful people. And there are some stars who can be recognized for their decency as people. But they're scattered awful thin, if you get what I'm saying. They're kind of scarce on the ground. The fellow who played I've forgotten the name of the guy. Frodo's gardener and servant. What was his name? I'm slipping a groove here. Can't remember. Samwise. That guy, he does volunteer work with veterans. The guy who played Scotty, James Doohan on Star Trek. American soldier. He stormed the beaches. He was a soldier. Stormed the beaches at Normandy. Among other things he's done, he managed to talk a young woman out of committing suicide. Made her promise that she would stay, that she would stay around to meet him at the next convention. That's how he managed to talk her into not ending her life. And some of these artists and writers, they actually managed to keep their humility, their humbleness, their decency. Everybody likes to crap. What's his name? The guy that was in The Patriot and Lethal Weapon. What was his name? What's his name? Keep forgetting it. Can't remember. What was his name? What's his name? Look, whenever they have a scandal, whenever the Hollywood elite get scandalized or outraged at the behavior of a TV or movie star, place your bets they trumped it up. What's his name? Mel Gibson. They've been portraying him as a loony and a bigot and everything else. Let's see why. Let's see. First of all, they well, this is not an admirable thing. He was arrested for a drunken disorderly, and he said, and the police officer who arrested him told people in the press about things that Mel Gibson said while he was drunk. Drunk! Okay? He was drunk. And they accused him of being an anti-Semite and a racist and everything. Bunch of hypocrites. Those Hollywood hypocrites. They hate the Jewish people too. Hollywood and Washington, D.C. are both seething beds of anti-Semitic sympathies. They sympathize with Palestinian terrorists and show absolutely no pity for the people of Israel. No. And the thing, Mel Gibson came out and he apologized later for what he said while he was drunk. There are people out there in politics saying what he said drunk while they are stone cold sober. And nobody in the Hollywood elite's calling them out. Oh no! They're not going to call out Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton or Hillary Clinton. Some Hollywood actor says a racial slur while he's drunk. And and they go out of their way to destroy his career. The rest of this lot, they say and do things that should have gotten them arrested or shot, and nobody can even notice. They also had that, see, he's a psycho. He's ranting and raving. His ex-girlfriend, his ex-wife, was basically reaming him out in a divorce. Just screwing him over. And she calls him up. And they get into a screaming fight. What? Oh, a divorced man getting into a screaming fight with his ex. How outlandish. They don't like him because he's an outspoken Catholic. Because he made a movie called The Passion of the Christ that portrayed Jesus without making a mockery of him. I mean, this guy is no angel. He's no saint. He's he gets drunk, and he obviously he's a divorcee. Goes from woman to woman. So this is no saint here. But all you don't have to be a saint to be despised by the world. Even the thinnest, faintest, feeblest indicator that you are a believer in Jesus is enough for them to seethe with loathing for you. So you'll excuse me if I don't dump all over Mel Gibson until he actually does something. Now, as to any more plans for Nix, you wanting to know if I have any plans for Nix? Well, not really. I have a few short stories, a couple of short story ideas I'm tinkering around with. I might do those eventually somewhere down the road, God willing, and I don't get called home. And, well, there's the ongoing Cheerleys class. Nix is going to appear in that infrequently. On and off. She's one of them. I really don't have any epic storylines, if that's what you're thinking, for Nix. I've seen a few stories where Pinky marries Party Favor, or she marries... I teamed her up with Pokey Pierce. Pokey Pierce is another minor background character. He was at the party in the Call of the Cutie. He's just got a safety pin cutie mark, and he was popping balloons with the tip of his horn. Not even deliberately, just accidentally, just dancing around. Pop, 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 you know. I thought, why not, you know. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yeah. Okay, get back to work. I can't seem to shop for groceries with any common sense anymore. Whatever I get, it's, you know, if I try to buy anything in decent amount, other than meat, if I try to buy anything in large amounts, I get, I am, just, sick, literally sick on it, in a matter of days. Try and buy cheap and inexpensive, and Well, there's no way around it. When you buy inexpensive food, you get what you pay for. You can't skimp if you want to eat healthy. And really, you need a variety. You need a decent variety, especially when you hit a certain age, you can't just get by on the same meal every day. You can't just treat a meal like whatever you can eat. Food, fuel, or you shouldn't at the very least. That's the thing of it. You got to balance healthy, affordable, tasty, and also you have to take in the account something I will not be sick of by the end of the week. Really, it is, to a certain degree, that's your body warning you. Don't stop putting this crap in you. Oh, pardon. Whew. The ramen backed up on me. Ramen noodle burps. Bleh. No matter how I flavor, no matter what I do to ramen, no matter how, what I do to ramen noodles, or how tasty they are, you always feel like you ate fake food after you're done. There's no sense of nourishment, if you follow what I'm saying. It's there, it's sitting on your stomach, you're just not getting anything from it. Okay, I'm going to be back in just a minute. Be right back. I'm back. Mm. Up where? Ah, no. Ah, no. Ah, you. Ooh. Let's see here. Just looking at dashboard. That's the thing. That's the thing about ramen noodle. Okay, it's cheap. It's inexpensive, but it is. You eat it, and it's like the dietary equivalent of styrofoam. You know, not that it's I'm sure it has like carbs at least, but you eat it, and you don't feel filled up like you filled up with food. You feel just filled. Let's see here. Instant lunch ramen. No nutritional information. I have to look it up. Had a little cheese sandwich. Can of V8. V8. Plenty of vitamin C in a can of V8. Oh, vitamin A. Yeah, there's some foods you eat, it feels like boom, it hits your stomach, and you feel revitalized. And not because they're full of sugar or caffeine or anything, but because, they're good food. Everybody says, yeah, give me more of that. I mean, like a steak or a burger or a good bit of fish. You eat that, and your body says, nourishment. And there are other things you eat, like ramen noodle, and your body says, we don't need no fiber packing. What, are you shipping your internal organs off in a crate? You need filling? Come on, guys, what is this? Go buy some styrofoam peanuts. Same result. You eat it, your stomach isn't growling, but you don't feel like you ate. In fact, you feel sluggish. Well, yeah, it is awful tomatoey, but you know, you got a little celery and a few other things there. It need more celery and carrot, if you ask me. But it has 100% vegetable juice, and it has 2 servings of vegetables per can. And plenty of vitamin C, vitamin A. Little bits of everything else, but mostly, you know, little dietary fiber that, you know, is generally good for you, and it's appetite quenching, and it does give you a little boost of energy. Maybe you ought to try one of the other V8 alternative blends. They got the V8. What do they call them? V8 juicers, V8 blends, V8 mixers, where they. You know, it's a fruit and vegetable drink, but it doesn't have it doesn't have tomato flavor. They got like grape and strawberry and kiwi and orange, and it's on the same shelf as the V8. So there you go. Now, didn't you just say this a little while ago that your mama said I was a lunatic? Did she say why I was a lunatic? Was it what I was saying, or was it how I was saying it? In other words, was she disagreeing with some of my socio-political opinions, or just the fact that I was ranting and screaming like a lunatic? Oh, she thinks I'm a She thinks I'm a lunatic because I was yelling about the pony thing. Well, I stand by what I said. I mean, My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. The reason it's so popular is because it's better than it needed to be. It's that simple. They could have made another crappy show, sold a few tons of plastic toys, and been done with it. But they actually made a show that was good. It's funny, and it has appeal across several age groups. I'll say this much: when I first watched it, I had to force myself to watch it the first couple of times because there are certain cues that I have come to associate with a children's show about to become eye-rollingly stupid. Like one of the characters breaking into song, or a certain type of character appearing on the screen. And I still have a tendency to skim through a lot of the episodes before I'll sit down and watch them because I've been afflicted with I've had stupid inflicted on me, and I don't want to sit there and just take it. But after a couple of episodes, I realized, hey, I'm starting to like this. And the next thing I know, I'm hooked. And in short order after that, I'm writing fan fiction for it. Actually, my very first My Little Pony fan fiction was Fanfic is Crapsack. Because I had been, I had started watching the show, and then I'd started reading some of the fan fictions, and then I was starting to get really sick of some of the crap I was seeing put up as My Little Pony fan fiction. They're all lesbians! That stuff. Look, yeah, it sounds silly and trite on the surface to be ranting my socio-political opinions about cartoon horses. Let me put it this way. Everything matters. The little things far more than you want to believe. Little things matter. It's because that's where the real stuff happens. That's where everything starts. That's where everything is. I could stand up all day and make sweeping, broad lectures about huge, epic social issues, but it becomes a bunch of sound and wind signifying nothing. Just bloviations about sweeping. But when you talk about things that are small, personal, little, tiny things, it's not the great, epic crusades that change the world. It's the little guy. It's the person who stands on a principle in the tiniest corner. People dismiss the importance of things like art and entertainment, or they give these sweeping, vague statements. Oh yes, art influences blah 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 blah. And big psychobabble talk. But when it comes down to demanding standards and change and quality and respect for virtues and the values of a God-fearing Christian society, nobody cares. People don't seem to realize is that it isn't the person making grand sweeping campaigns and promotional campaigns about pollution or litter that change the world. It's the annoying little son of a bitch standing there bitching because you threw a piece of paper on the ground instead of throwing it in the trash can 2 steps away. It's the people who quibble about the gum wrappers who keep the streets clean. As Christianity, we are urged. It's the little things that matter. It's where the little things matter. And as trivial as a children's show may be, that children's show is watched by millions of children. And it will influence it will influence their thinking, their attitudes, their beliefs, their ideals in ways both gross and subtle. We give lip service to that ideals, with romantics, it's the little man that makes the world go round, blah, blah, blah. And it's the little things that matter. But when it comes down to the fact of somebody quibbling over the little things, we get annoyed and go away. Who is this loony who's throwing such a big fit over a tiny show? Jesus didn't tell us just to love the world. He told us love thy neighbor. That's where it starts. We're told to tend to our own small, irrelevant affairs. First, when a show is popular, that means it's having an influence, for good or for ill. Let's put it this way: would ranting and raving over let's see, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood in the same way, would that be silly? You'd think so, until you consider the fact this Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood is a children's show. It's so, the epitome of trivial. It is a bland, mild-mannered man speaking in a slow, patient voice and playing with puppets to entertain small children for a half hour at a time. That inconsequential man was so influential that his testimony at a congressional hearing decided the fate of the funding for the public broadcasting service. My favorite story about Mr. Rogers, one day his car was stolen right out of his driveway. They came out, and he came out one day and it was gone. There was nothing but a little area of broken glass where they bashed out the window and drove the car off. And it was in the news that night in that area. And the next day, that car was parked right back in the driveway again. The broken window had been taped up and everything had been cleaned up, and there was a note in the windshield that said, "We are so sorry. We had no idea it was you." Just think about that for a minute, I'm picturing these gangsters sitting around in prison. What'd you do? Oh, man, I tore up a bank, man, yeah. Yeah, what are you in for? Dealing cocaine. What are you in for? I stole Mr. Rogers' car. You scumbag! Warden, I want another cell. Don't keep me in here with this freak. Some big bad Bubba sitting on it. Why, brother? Why'd you do it? I'm sorry, I'm being silly, but really, that tells you, man, that man. I wasn't even a fan of the show when I was a kid. Well, I loved the Land of Make-Believe, but the rest of the show was too slow for me. It was quite too boring. I would sit there and watch the rest of the show waiting for him to get to the puppets and the Land of Make-Believe. I was a Sesame Street junkie. We lived in one neighborhood where we got about 2 or 3 different UHF channels. Literally, 2 or 3 different ones. And Sesame Street aired on each one. I would watch Sesame Street on one channel, then I'd switch it over and watch it again, same show. Then I'd switch it over to the third one and watch it there. Small wonder I was reading before I went to school. How many children learned how to read because of Sesame Street? How many people have been influenced by a mild-mannered Presbyterian pastor who did his own children's show? I forget whether he was Presbyterian or Episcopalian. I forget which. He was a pastor. Didn't know that. And he didn't spend a ton of money. He didn't he just did what he did. It's little things. Jim Henson, Jim Henson, the mark he left behind. Charles Schultz, his legacy. Do not discount the importance of the trivial, of the seemingly trivial. Well, sort of getting off on a trailer here, has it? Okay, let's see what I was looking for. What was I looking for? Let's see. Just do a little bit more work. I've read sometimes that I am ignoring the important for the trivial. If you follow what I mean, what I'm really saying here is that. The Bible says that when that final judgment comes, when we finally go to meet Christ, those of us who are saved, that we will stand before His throne and all our works will be judged. Described as being passed through the fire. And those works that were done, those worthy things that were done for Christ and to the honor and glory of God, will pass through like gold and precious gems. And those that are not, those deeds that were not for Him, will pay like wood, hay, and stubble. And the meaningless and the truly unimportant will be just burned away. And it says that there will be some that will come through with great rewards, and others who will come through with nothing. As one escaping through the, it says, as one escaping through the flames. And for all my passion, I worry that I might be completely wrong about the things I consider important, and that worries me. That I do not want to have to stand before God and try and explain, and when he asked me, why did you waste your time on these things? I will have, and if they were not worthwhile, I will have no answer. I hope that at least something I try to make what I do worthwhile and praiseworthy and honoring to God. I'm not always consistent about that, to my shame. But I hope at the end something I did comes through shining, Don't, moral of the story, don't throw away something eternal for something transient. And nearly everything in this life is impermanent. Oh, Amiga Dragon, just generally working on a page. Just been generally working on a page for the old Vic, Daniel Myers comic. Here, let me just get the wrong button. Just zoom in. It's still at multiple layers. Like I said before, I've learned the hard way. Draw the background first. When you can do layers, there's no point in, not doing the background first. Which story am I reading? The Substitute Demon by Film Fiction. Also reading Stories of the Lone Traveler, which is a Harry Potter fan fiction. Also reading another story called Stoneburners on WordPress.com. Stoneburners.wordpress.com. Superhero story. I love superhero franchise. I love the superhero genre. There's got to be another word than genre for it. But superhero franchise is the best because you can literally fit anything into a superhero franchise and it will work. You want to have a crossover between Iron Man and Harry Potter? Perfectly feasible. The Hulk and My Little Pony? No problem. The superhero genre is the most adaptable kitchen sink story style I have ever come across. You want magic and sci-fi in the same page? There you go. It'll fit in. No problem. 20 different alien invasions in the same week? No problem. Talking purple elephants and pink togas? You got it. The day it rained frogs? You got it. Anything. You can make it bat monkey poo insane and it will work perfectly. Fantasy franchise has certain limitations. The science fiction, hard sci-fi, space opera, it doesn't matter. There's certain limitations. But with superheroes, Marvel, DC, doesn't matter. You can slap. I've seen crossovers between Star Trek: The Next Generation and the X-Men. Okay. Da 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 da. Anything goes. Yay. You know. You want 5 different. You want a crossover between 5 different franchises that have completely radically different rules of magic and sci-fi and weird science and everything else. You got it. You can do it. You can do it. See. Okay, did I just take my pill? Yeah, I took my pill. I'm on antibiotics again. Got a little infection in my leg, and I'm taking cephalexin. Taking it every 6 hours. And I'll take the pill and just beep, plump, and I'll be sitting there for 2 or 3 minutes and think, wait, did I take my pill? I can't remember if I took my pill. Did I take my pill? I think I took my pill. I hate that. But that gives you an idea what I'm doing. Oh. Did I show you the picture? Well, anyway. Anything goes. I seem to go by the Great Muppet Caper rule of bears. If you've never seen the Great Muppet Caper, it's the one where where Fozzie and Kermit are investigative reporters, and they get involved in uncovering a jewel heist. Anyway, they the running gag throughout the movie is that they're supposed to be twin brothers. And their boss has a photograph. He gave them the job because he was an old friend of their father's. And he shows a picture of the editor-in-chief standing next to basically it's a Muppet. Looks like Fozzie Bear with Kermit's eyes and pointy collar. And the running gag is as long as they're wearing their hats, they both look alike. There's this one scene where Kermit's sitting on a bench in a park, brooding, and mother and daughter walk by. "Look, Mommy, it's a bear." "Oh no, honey, that's a frog. Bears wear hats." And it just occurs to me that all the bear characters I've drawn, they wear a hat. They wear a baseball hat, and I'm like, they're right. Bears wear hats. Everybody wearing t-shirts too. Did any of you see John Carter? The movie John Carter. It was, the reason that part of the reason that it bombed so hard is because they screwed up the promotional material. You see, the pointy-haired bosses again. The movie was supposed to be called John Carter of Mars, after the book. But some corporate executive, some pointy-haired idiot, did a demographic, and he said, and they came to the conclusion that every movie with Mars in the title hadn't done very well. And so they didn't want the word Mars in the name because movies titled Mars don't do well. And so nobody knew, if they hadn't seen the ads, they didn't know that John Carter was about a man who travels to Barsoom, to Mars. I saw this one meme that sums up the whole problem with executive America nowadays. It shows some woman standing there in a hard hat working environment, holding a clipboard, as if it was the Holy Grail, and the caption reads, "I have no idea how to do your job, but my little book says you're doing it wrong." It's just like I was saying earlier. It's just an example. Executives look for a formula. They refuse to realize that there is no formula to making great art. And they don't want to admit that what a movie is supposed to be a work of art. There are no shortcuts, there are no formulas for making a great piece of art. And if you rely on demographics or surveys or any crap like that, then may God have mercy on your soul, because the open market will not. Anyway, John Carter Mars. It wasn't a bad movie, but I really think they missed an opportunity because the trailers focused on a different aspect of it that was played down fairly minorly. Essentially, John Carter was, due to circumstances, John Carter was separated from Mars. He'd found true love and everything else, and then he was sent back to Earth. Near the end of the movie, that's the thing. And he had spent, and his son was, it was supposed to be that his nephew was reading all about this in his journals, and it turned out that his uncle had finally found one of the high sci-fi wingdings that he needed to astrally travel back to Barsoom, and in the trailers, there's a song is Peter Gabriel singing, "My Body is a Cage." Very, very moody, very emotional. A guy singing about how his body, how he is trapped in his body and he can't be with the one he loves. And I think they missed stylistically. When they made the movie, they didn't. They were trying to make another Star Wars, basically, another Star Wars type franchise, and they missed the opportunity to more heavily emphasize the romantic aspect of it. Telling the entire story as basically as a flashback in a journal didn't help. But the movie had more mistakes than that. But still, I find myself, by that theme as it was presented, well, I hate to say it, but I do relate to it these days, especially. Even back then, I was already pretty portly and dragging around pretty heavy. So I could relate to the idea. It's gotten very popular on some websites in particular to make fun of fat people. And it doesn't help that a lot of the insults and accusations are true. That we have a large community of fat people in our society that they rationalize and they justify, and there are people out there, fat acceptance and all this other stuff, and it gets fairly ridiculous. But at the same time, we've got an epidemic of anorexia in our society. So you tell me. We do have a body image problem, and in our society, and that's just one end of it, just one end of the stick, if you follow me. I'm trying to think of how to put this. We emphasize the physical over the spiritual. All these people who mock fat people, it's only partially the truth. It's only part of the truth. That we have a large population of people who are lazy, gluttonous, do not take care of themselves right. And there are people out there, they're demanding that we pretend that being obese is just as beautiful as being in healthy and in shape. But at the same time, we have people who are dying, killing themselves to try and look like a fashion model. Starving themselves to death. We've got fat acceptance people out there, but there are people out there who are into anorexia support. And not supporting people to overcome anorexia, encouraging them to keep on starving themselves. They literally try and present anorexia as another lifestyle. One of these lifestyle things again. And, well, there you have it. You ever heard the song "I Want to Be a Supermodel" from the soundtrack to Clueless? I want to be a supermodel. And it ends, dress so pretty, and, and it ends with, I didn't eat yesterday, and I didn't eat today, and I'm not going to eat tomorrow, because I'm going to be a supermodel. What they don't tell you is that this has been going on for decades. Supermodels, fashion and style, present their models. They're freaks. They're freaks of nature. The average supermodel could be a basketball star. Women who are 7 feet tall, closing in on 7 feet tall is the norm. And built like a stick. Obesity acceptance is terrible. But your your fat accepting daughter isn't going to die of starvation at her own hands. We're more concerned about the health of people who are overweight. The health of overweight people, unless you are serious, tanker truck fat, the health of an overweight person is overall better than a skinny person with the same, a fat, fairly active person is in better shape than a sedentary, skinny one. There's more to being healthy. There's more to being beautiful than simply being thin. But our society has gone nuts on the matter. I'd rather all three of my nieces were pudgy than dying. Being fat is not a happy thing. Being obese like I am, and I am seriously obese. I weigh over 400 pounds. I am also in bad health for other reasons. It's not fun, and it's not a desirable lifestyle. But anorexia is the other end of the stick. And then you have these freaks, these people, these bodybuilders and gym addicts, I mean, monstrously dysmorphic themselves. You have men with biceps bigger than their head, obsessed with gaining more muscle, and they're convinced, oh, I'm skinny, you know, I'm puny, I'm weak, I'm not, you know, I haven't muscled up, you know, oh, you skipped leg day, and they're just as messed up in the heads as the anorexics are. The fat people in fat acceptance, they're not wanting people to pretend that they're perfectly healthy. They're just wanting, you know, they know that they are not going to be skinny overnight. And they don't want to be treated cruelly simply because they don't fit in a size 2. And as I pointed out before, being fat just isn't just a product of sloth or gluttony. It's a product of poor nutrition. It's been demonstrated over and over again that you can be living on a near starvation diet and still be fat. Living on, you know, when you live on like beans and rice, you're not getting a healthy diet. You're loading up on carbs, and you're getting pitiful little protein, and you know, no animal fats in your diet. And look, it's worth noting that America's obesity, quote unquote, epidemic exploded after our society, after our government and the FDA. And our educational outlets and our culture as a whole started pushing high-carb, low-fat diets. They started pushing vegetarianism, and I hate to break it to you, living on a vegetarian diet, you either fill up the empty spaces with carbs, or you poop yourself to death. They talk about an unhealthy diet. There you go, vegan, vegetarian, load of crap. They're bald-faced liars among them, too. They got campaigns out there trying to claim that you can get as much protein from broccoli as you can from steak. Then you have to read the fine print to find out that you have to eat enough broccoli to choke a rhino to get the same amount. If you eat this many calories of steak and this many calories of broccoli, what they don't tell you is that, you know, you note the interesting divide. If you eat this, you know, this many calories of broccoli has more protein than this many calories of steak. Never you mind that broccoli has almost no calories. So you have to hork down an entire plate full of broccoli to get the same protein that you get in a single serving of meat. They're ideologists. They are fanatics, and they are not above lying to people to try and promote their religion. And it is a religion. The first church of Bambi's mommy. but after the 70s, starting in the 70s, is when they started. They started demonizing eggs. They came out with the lipid theory, which is a lie. The lipid hypothesis is a lie. The lipid theory is, the lipid hypothesis was the belief that if you eat high-fat food, lots of protein and animal fats, if you eat lots of animal fats, if you get a high-fat diet, that means you get high cholesterol. And if you eat lots of cholesterol in your diet, the cholesterol count in your bloodstream goes up, and the cholesterol in your bloodstream causes heart disease. That theory, got doctors documented saying that theory is wrong in every single one of its steps. Eating high fat does not increase the cholesterol in your bloodstream. Eating high cholesterol in your diet doesn't increase the cholesterol in your bloodstream. It's affected genetically by your genetics. Second of all, the cholesterol in your bloodstream does not cause heart disease. What causes heart disease? Heart disease is inflammation of the arterial walls in the heart. The veins and arteries that lead to the heart, the tissue in the walls of the arteries gets inflamed. As if, one doctor described it like rubbing it with sandpaper. And the body responds by increasing your cholesterol count, because the cholesterol comes up to those damaged areas and patches them over. Essentially, the lipid hypothesis relied, they said there's so much cholesterol in your bloodstream because of your heart disease, and it says the cholesterol is no. It's rather like saying that all these burning buildings have firemen around it. The firemen must be causing the problem. Same reality. The lipid hypothesis was a lie. In fact, you know what is causing the inflammation? High carb diet with lots and lots of vegetable oils. Precisely what the government and the government-funded experts have been telling everybody to do for the past 40 years. Lots of carbs, and throw out all those nasty animal fats and replace them with nice, safe, Mother Nature-friendly, Bambi Mama give you a hug, vegetable oil. Ever since our schools and our governments, and they're not just pushing it passively either. You go to a school, what do they give kids? 2% milk. At the very time their human brain is made mostly of lipids. They need the fats in that milk for their growing brains. What do they give them? 2% milk. What do they eat? High carb, low fat. That's the government decrees what the children eat. You work in a government office, they will push high carb, low fat, high fiber, lots of grains. A slice, the glycemic index of a spoonful of sugar is lower than the glycemic index for a slice of whole wheat bread. In other words, a slice of whole wheat bread will raise your blood sugar faster than eating sugar straight. That's the reality. And for the past 40 years, our governments, our schools, our media have all been pushing it. And the press are out there having a field day. Every time, it's interesting. It's always, they found out that it's always a heart attack on a plate. This has butter in it. It's a heart attack on a plate. This hamburger has lots of meat in it. This sandwich has meat in it. It's a heart attack on a plate. Eggs for breakfast. A heart attack on a plate. And the interesting thing is that every last one of those things is better for you than what they recommend. Anyway, for the past 40 to 50 years they've been pushing this. Demonizing the foods we need that are actually healthier for us, and pushing vegetable oils, high carb diet, high carb, low protein, low fat, and the American people have ballooned. You know what? You know why breads and things like that are so cheap? It's because the government subsidizes the grain and corn industries. And they're pushing it for all it's worth, trying to keep them. It's crap. This is why so many of our people are sick and fat. It's not only because we have been fed for a lifetime on these notions, and how impossible do you figure it is to try and tell somebody that a whole grain loaf of bread is not the healthiest thing for them? You say whole wheat bread, the word wholesome practically appears in the air over their heads. You say this word out loud, lard, and it's like instant heart attack. Appears in the same letters. It's become one. You say hamburger, they call it the heart attack on a bun. The cardiac arrest. It's become part of the cultural gestalt. The meme is embedded in people's lives, and convincing people that it's not the fats, it's not the proteins, it's not the animal fats, it's not that instead you try to convince people that healthy vegetable oil and healthy carbs, especially whole wheat, are not good for them. Welcome to the uphill battle of the century. But this is what people have been listening to. This is what they have been fed since they were school age. And interesting, they take the animal fats out of things. They have to replace it with something. So trans fats, extra sugar, just to keep the flavor, just to keep the food tasting edible. You take the animal fat out of a food, you take most of the flavor. Fat is a flavor carrier. This is why fat-free cookies taste like butt. Because there's nothing there to carry the flavor or the texture or anything else. But my point is, and backing up, my point is that, yes, okay, people who are fat do need to get thinner. They do need to be healthy. We do need to do what we have to do to get healthier. But first of all, it's not going to happen overnight. Second of all, mocking and hating us for being fat is not going to help motivate us. No, you eventually got this, every now and then you'll get this sadomasochistic idiot who pays somebody to call them a fat pig. to try and motivate them. It rarely works with normal people. But I can diet. I'm trying to stay on a diet. I'm saying, but many people they can't. For one thing, they can barely afford it because bad food is cheap. And for another thing, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a long, grueling, it's going to be a long, tiresome ordeal. And having people mock them for something that they can't help in any, it's not like we can go out and take our fat suits off and then come out, and not offend you with our fatness anymore. These overweight people, they've already got a hard enough struggle. They don't need an entire society mocking them and despising them and trying to turn them anorexic. And quite frankly, I'd rather have people be overweight than have them starving to death. Because they've been shamed into it by people with more mouth than brains who think it's the end of the world if they don't look like a supermodel. We're not asking you to pretend we're beautiful, but stop treating us like we're pigs. Not everybody can throw down $1,000 a year to run off to the spa and the gymnasium 5 times a week. Not all of us can afford to pass up the cheap fattening food for the expensive, uber healthy stuff. Because we got to make that paycheck last till the end of the week. Now, here, what I was saying about supermodels earlier, I'm not joking. They pick women who are anorexic. They're not just anorexic. They are disproportionate. Some are 7, 8 feet tall. Those ballerinas, it's become a chronic scandal that they've caught these gym teachers, these gymnastic coaches, and these ballet coaches, and these beauty pageant coaches. They will take a perfectly healthy little girl, and they will starve them. To the point, their bodily cycles shut down. They stop menstruating. If that is some skeleton scarecrow in a wig standing. Oh, that is so lovely, but she's so fat. She's 8 years old. She's got baby pudge. Our entire society is dysfunctional about weight at both ends of the scale. But I'll take fat. I'll take Rubenesque, if you like, over the human skeletons that I've seen you know, like I was saying, you got dysmorphia all over the scale. You got these anorexics up on one end. You got these morbidly obese people down at the other. You got these weightlifters who literally wreck their bodies, trying to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I read a story about one who recovered from that. The title of his story was "Maggots Ate My Flesh." He literally, you know, he described practices in the bodybuilding community that would make you puke. He got so bad, he injected himself, he pumped himself up so much that the tendons in his body, the tendons to his muscles, basically turned to string. They weren't strong enough to hold his, and he was pumping away one day, and the tendon in his leg just snapped. And the surgery, he basically, he had to undergo massive therapy just to get off the steroids and to get his body to normal. He was literally so he was so muscled up. His body was brittle, and the down process. He was unaware. You know, he was so pumped. He was unaware that he had an infection in his leg, and it had maggots in it. And just horrible. He trimmed down to a normal human size, and he's healthy now. But he probably trimmed he says he probably trimmed about 10 years off his life. You know how those weightlifters and the weightlifting, they take laxatives and diuretics before a meet. Diuretics, flush all the water out of this. That's the reason they look so cut, is because they are literally dehydrated to the point that their skin is shrunk. And they're so obsessive with it, they'll use suppositories, diuretic suppositories, they'll share them. Yes, just like you think. In the gym, in the locker room, before a big meet, they're not healthy in the least. They're just plain sick. It's human vanity. Gluttony is the least of the problems in these dysmorphic people. These people just vanity, destroying themselves, trying to live up to a standard that's complete vaporware. And then there are these people like Michael Jackson who are addicted to plastic surgery. They're people. They're absolutely beautiful people. They're beautiful men and women. They were on a talk show, and these people they're convinced that they're hideous, and so they go out and they try and they'll get addicted to plastic surgery. Tuck here, nip there, and eventually they ruin themselves, like Michael Jackson did. And I can show you other photographs to make you go, eee! When you're truly unhealthy, that's a miserable thing. But when all you can think about is being just a little bit stronger, just a little bit thinner, just a little bit prettier, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, it's always out of reach. until eventually you convince yourself that because you can't reach the impossible, that you're absolutely hideous. Man looketh on the outward appearance, God looks on the heart. The most beautiful thing in the world is a soul that's given itself to Jesus. And you need to take care of your body, but remember, it's just a carrying case. And a temporary one. Shaming somebody because their body isn't up to some social standard is as shallow and vapid as mocking somebody for their taste in luggage. Oh, they've had to do that with a couple of anorexics. There was one actress, I remember they were doing a TV special. They filmed a made-for-TV movie about anorexia. They finally, the irony of it is that the actress who was playing the anorexic got obsessed with looking thin enough to play the part. And her father had to do to her what the character's father had to do. He force-fed her a sandwich. Pretty is as pretty does. If I had a dime for all the beautiful people who were just bone skull ugly underneath their looks. Okay, it is 11 after 10. I think it's fair, good enough time to call it a night. Made some good progress on the page. Let's get rid of those green lines while we're thinking of it. There we go. There's merge layers. There we go. Okay. Made some good progress. Pick up tomorrow at 6 p.m. God willing and the creek don't rise. Pass along this word to your friends to stop by our website and check out our groovy projects, our nifty products, and possibly encourage them to drop something in the hat. But thank you all for watching. Thank you all for taking the time. Thank you all for your patience, because I know I'm a lunatic. Say a prayer for me, because God knows I need it. Say a prayer for one another too. God, watch over us all. We're all sinners and rather difficult to live with. So, you have a good night.